song gets me pumped. It's just a jam. It's a jam to get it going. Chatting closer here. Too close. Too much chat. Chat's on cam. All right. So, I think I did some shenanigans, and I got pushed out of the mountain here. It looks like I got pushed out, so I think I'm down here at the bottom by the sign, like at the start of it, basically. And Alexander's in a cave, if I remember right. So I figured Operation Go to Cave. I was gonna say, is this where I'm supposed to be leaving markers? But no. I maybe don't know where I'm going. Okay. Like a little lone tree. Now, is that Alexander Cave there in the center? I feel like I should go check that now instead of later. Wow, 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 wow. Zap him. Trying him. That was like overkill for some little wolfies. Whatever, though. Special, what is up? We're back at it, man. How you doing today? Wait, isn't there? Yeah. Like a mine source or some shenanigans? Boom, nailed that. I think that's really the only thing in this section. I'm trying to make sure I at least pick up Alexander on my way through. It's kind of the name of the game here. Don't forget Alexander, which I think we're at. This should be like the little ice patches leading over to the cave, which I hope is Alexander. Yes, a potion? Whoa. It's like a little mini robot guy? Maybe we can steal something. Oh, there's a new Gordon Ramsay show? I used to love his Kitchen Nightmares, I think it was called. There was another guy that did a show that was like basically the same, so I might be getting the names mixed up. But I used to love just watching him break someone down. I think they're like some hot shit restaurant owner, and he just turns him into a small, scared child by the end of the episode that's totally in submission. It's my favorite thing in the world. Good stuff, dude. Yeah. I like, too, he did like a show with like cooking with children or something, and he was like the sweetest, most patient dude. And it's like, I think he's got it, I think he has it right. Like, I honestly do. Like, he gives children confidence, and he can like suck away false confidence from adults. I think I might have. We're gonna do okay. And here, no. Uh-oh. Where does this put us? At the back of the puzzle? Front of the puzzle? I feel like we get forced over here. Oh, I could have gone back for the middle again there. Then that one. Made a boo-boo here. Oh. Nice. Is this our boy Alexander? Yeah. It, like, you know, a lot of people thought he was kind of unchecked, but that show, I think, showed that he's fully aware of what he's doing and how he's messing with people. Oh, not much. Glad to be getting back at some Final Fantasy. The plan today is I want to get... Ideally, I'd like to get to the crater. And then what I want to do is kind of be ready to go breed Chocobo and just slay some Chocobo racing and Chocobo breeding on Sunday while my wife paints Chocomog. And then, like, the last... I'm guessing like hour-ish of the stream, I'm just gonna go dip into Crater, and we're gonna try to destroy Sephiroth. Apparently that wasn't Alexander's cave. Oh, what side you gonna put me on? Oh, weak. I feel like we're gonna freeze or whatever. Alright, this was an opportunity to do something different. Let's try that. Wait, that'll wipe me out too. Okay. Yes. Alright, I had to do that. There we go. Go right instead of left. And then go back into the puzzle screen. Where am I? There we are. Hope I'm right. It's the only thing I think is, like, good to get. Important to get. I don't even know if Alexander's really important to get, but... I remember it being pretty good. I mean, I like all the summons. Ideally, I just don't want to leave any summons behind. Oh man, everything was frosty and fog this morning. But like an hour ago, the sun came out something fierce. I'm loving it. Yeah. Yeah, the summons are too great. Luckily, I think if they do get left behind, you can just go to that, digging area. I think, like, any materia you left behind, you can get from there. In fact, as far as I remember it, you, like, can't... You know, you can't have any kind of materia or items lost, so long as you just go back there and dig. Right, yeah. None of that fresh vitamin D on your skin. You've been doing a night shift for some time, or is it relatively new to you? Isn't Switch supposed to be on my map? Why can I not? I guess I can't open the map on these screens. I think as long as I keep running this direction, we should hit the other cave that at least is obviously drawn on the map. I meant to, like, do a tiny bit of grinding after yesterday's stream, but maybe for like 20 minutes, I think I got each person like one more level, and then my wife came home with groceries, so I saved there and forgot to pick it back up for a little more. But I think generally speaking, it should be okay. I was watching a speedrunner play through 7 yesterday after I stopped my stream when I was just chilling on the couch. And apparently that wall down there in Temple of the Ancients is like a run ender. That thing is notoriously extra mean. So even though we were getting one shot and we were like, oh dang, I'm just way under leveled, I guess that's kind of usual for that guy. Nice and free. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is definitely more chill and quiet. I did some overnights stocking shelves at Target. It was like my first actual not under the table job coming out of high school. And yeah, it was definitely chill. The guy that was like, quote unquote, training me played Magic the Gathering as well. And I had played a lot at the time. So we just kind of talked about Magic and stuff while stocking the shelves at our own pace. Very relaxed. I've seen these guys in here before. Let's hit him with some Magic. Yeah, the guy that was running it, they had a prediction up that was like, does Phantom Wall? I remember the name of it now, but it was like, does it end the run? And yeah, I got a little out of control. Oh, this is the place where you can cheat, I think. So you can put this elixir up on the screen, but it forgets to flag you that you can't move. So what happens is, like, when that box closes, it makes that item not exist anymore, but if you just leave... My understanding is you can just keep getting it. Let's see, 6 elixir. Ah. And I've never actually done that on any playthrough ever. But I heard, like, I was watching some glitch video or something and saw that, and I was like, I got to remember to do that. Who's got my cure-all? Oh, I think it's Tifa, and she's been trying it non-stop. The 48 dude, yeah, 40 Productions, yeah, exactly. I used to watch his videos a long time ago, too. I was glad that he still churns away at it. Actually, he had a new video about wrong warping, where, like, using all kinds of... It was like an extension of Yuffie warp, basically. You probably saw the video then. But, yeah, it was pretty mind-boggling. I'm surprised there's no runs that, like, fully implement that yet, but I guess it's just the understanding of it. I mean, they talked about Yuffie warping years ago, and it's still just... They're digging deeper and deeper. But I saw that you can wrong warp, doing the right thing pretty early. You can wrong warp to the development room. And I guess once you can do that... What, did she get 100 turns or something here? Roughly 100 turns? Oh wait, how many elixirs was I at? 6. You get the elixir, right? Sick. That's too good. I never use enough elixirs anyhow, I can't... Yeah, oh. Wait, we didn't find Alexander, did we? Where is that thing? Yeah, I'm awake. Yeah? I mean, I heard about him one of the other times I played through this game and said no. That was out text message. I hope that didn't just blast through the microphone. Let's turn down our notifications there a lot. I guess I should also see what wife texts me. She like never does. Hey Raven, how you doing today? Good to see ya. Yeah, you just get your body temp up. I thought I told him I did know about climbers before. No. Please don't. Please don't. Better text her back. She'll keep texting me. Alright, does this mean I have to immediately go tackle the, mountain, or can I keep rolling? Ooh, added cut? Dang. Yeah, Barrett. Hey, wife. Okay, can we just, like, go back? Wait, now where are we at? Huh, that's interesting. Do I want to just go straight down? Oh yeah, Kitten's been conked. That got a little rough there. I think it's nasty looking. See how flamethrower works. Getting all cozy, kitten. I think single target, the Fang is better. Oh, you trying to freeze us or something here, bro? Oh, I haven't used Comet yet. I forgot I slapped that on. And we're not going to use it yet either. Did we do something good? Is this right? We got so much magic material on Cloud, he's not even hidden very hard. Although I did set... I think Tifa's the one set up to hit hard now. Okay, I'm guessing... Damn, I'm not quite sure where we're at still. I've been kind of expecting to see that, Is this an area that I should know about on the map here? The stone face. Okay, we went there. We went to the two caves. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going now though. Need to give me something that I recognize. Is this where I just came from? I think I just walked up this direction twice. This place is such a maze. No, I came from up there. So I'm at some kind of three-way crossroad? Okay, so this was leading me back down to the trees. Oh, there's another cave! Okay. I missed a cave. There's 3 caves on the map. Alexander, here we come. After this fight. I would like to get added cut too. But not as big a deal. I mean, I guess Alexander's not crazy big a deal either, but must have it. Nice. Another step towards an all material we can sell for $1 million. There's a nether cave too. Man. Okay, so there should be like trees coming up here soon. And then I want to go south. This is not trees. I think I'm lost again. But down it, kitty. Trying them. Oh, you've angered Tifa. Oh man, we got 3 Yaz too. I'm about to see someone's face get punched in, but nope. Where? Wait. Oh, am I in the added cut zone? Yeah. Get him, Tiefers! Nice, got a strategy guide out. My mom ran into a box that had my Final Fantasy VIII and unfortunately my Final Fantasy IX strategy guide, which that one was that ultra mega garbo strategy guide where they told you to constantly go to the friggin' website to get info. And it was like, dude, I bought a strategy guide. And they're like, oh, for like information on what you can steal from this boss, go to the website. And it's like, oh my god. Wait, this just leads me out, right? Which maybe that's okay. Let's actually do that. Because then I'll know where I'm at when we come back in. Hey, we're outside. Okay. This is where we started the stream today. So, that's the sign. So yeah, wait. Isn't this where I just was? I am lost. I don't think I've ever not been lost in this place. You said it, kitty. Okay. Okay, and this is that cave. So we are on this cave here in the very far bottom right then. East cave. And is this the one Attica should be inside of? I feel like I didn't see it, but material laying on the ground in here might just be... Okay, no. Well, at least we know where we're at, though. So this isn't the Alexander Cave either. Been in 3 caves so far. Sometimes she is about, but she's pretty good. Unless she goes zinging that way. Oh, was it like when, before she got into this position? Sometimes. I've caught her from falling off this thing way too many times. The stone face? Is that where Alexander's at? Actually, that kind of makes sense. Okay, now we're here. Assuming I can go out this way. I mean, that's legal. Yep, okay. Oh, map. I want my map. Okay, I can't have map here. The tree. Alright. Nothing cool at tree. Yeah, Blade Beam? Running through a snowy field, run southeast. Or southwest? Southwest, gotcha. Is this the snowy field? Oh, the hot springs is... Yeah. It is extremely confusing. I think at least we're on par for visiting this stone face. I mean, assuming we visit each of these, like, checklisty locations, I think we're okay. I'm not super worried about it. I think if I end up passing out again, we're just gonna take that for what it is. Try to get my stream dashboard back up on my phone. Cooperating. Okay. So this should be really close to this stone face. Maybe like, can I go through here? Avalanche. Can't believe they soaked all that up. Get him, Cloud! Guess we finally triggered that counter attack he had on him. Been wanting that thing to level up. Like, the first time I personally played through this game, I had this save file where I just went completely bonkers with it. But, wait. If I am at the stone face, this is just gonna lead me down to the snow pillows or whatever we've been to. Anyhow, I ended up putting so much crazy time into it that I kept mastering counterattacks in addition to, like, buying the few that you could and stuff. And got to this point where I just had my whole entire team... Oh, I am close to Alexander? Okay. I had my whole entire team just tricked out with, like, every materia slot having a counterattack in it that was mastered. And if anyone would attack anyone, especially if they did, like, a group attack and hit all three, they would just sit there and counterattack 16 times a piece or whatever it is. And I remember being so pleased with myself. Yeah, it was so out of control. Oh, this chick? Never mind. Bye. I don't even care. Don't even care. I think this is just going to take me back to the other entrance. Now, where am I? Oh, not this shenanigans. Oh my gosh. Alexander? No, added cut. Something. It's something. No, I don't think we want to ice these guys. Something tells me they're not going to care too much about some ice. Okay. Head southeast, like, leaving this little hut thing. Oh, it's just an all materia? Okay. Southeast, gotcha. And now, what's some bunnies? Some preemptive bunny kills? Okay. I guess we're hoping after this I pop out at the hot spring, I'm guessing. This angle feels right. Oh, we're at the hot spring. So am I just wanting to continue from here up to, like, this, what is it, sister... The giant stance arrow? The giant stone arrows. No problem. I think maybe, should I be in my menu or something? Time going on about bad thing. I'm worried we're close to passing out. Oh, that was just another all we got. Down in the hot spring? Okay. What did touching it do? Did that change something else? I guess at the very least that probably warmed me up or whatever, so I can keep rolling. Now go northeast. This is kind of taking me northwest. Gotcha. Back to the snowy field, and then we're going northwest? Northeast. Okay. Let's do it. Okay, apparently that doesn't warm us up. Alright, so if I back up from this area, that's going to take us immediately to the snowy field, right? Seems like that's just a quick way to get us there, too. Alright, let's give this one more roll then. Wait, I didn't want to leave. I'm assuming I can park my butt on this guy's... Oh, I didn't want to talk. Yes, there you go. You can't. Good stretching. Alright, so from here would I go northeast as well? Southeast. Keep running out of these right when it goes to change the direction on me. I think we maintained well enough, though. Okay, gotcha. Oh, whoa. Wait, no. Okay. Go hit the spring, and then we go in northeast. Oh, back to the field and straight east. Okay. This is looking good. Hot spring. Give it a little touchy. Back to the snowfield. I got Trine and Big Guard on that enemy skill, so now that I have Manip, once I get the High Wind, I gotta go find that one dude that casts White Wind and like force him to use it on my party. I think I pretty much got all of the enemy skills that I really like to have. I'm not gonna even need the flags for this. The HD textures, I can see the seam. Yeah, I think I got level 4 suicide from, what is that, Shinra Mansion? Actually, may not have that. No, I have Death Sentence. No level 4 suicide. I remember there being it there, too. Most of the ones I remember I don't miss on my way through. Although this time I may have just got sick of waiting for it, because I also missed Matra Magic, and I'd like never miss Matra Magic. But to be fair, those like motorcycle dudes outside of Midgard just refused to cast it on anyone, let alone the person that had the enemy skill. So I was just kind of over it. Okay, this is all looking different. What's going on here? Did I go down the wrong part? Sick. Whoa! This, like, snowbank is in front of the HUD. What is a trip? What is this dude? I was gonna say, you're not allowed to hit this guy? Oh god. This is either because of the HD mod or because of the see-through. What is this guy? Magic only? Okay. He's got them dodge skills. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's glorious too. Hello. Boss? I don't remember that. Oh, it's this chick. Oh, I should have got it with a comment in the face. No, Red. Get it together. 666. There should be some form of, like, lucky sevens that just instantly kills someone. Oh. Quit playing with your hair and die. No, not Tiefers. Okay, good. Thankfully, Comet rips. You saved us there, Comet. Yay! Alright, now I don't feel terrible about leaving something behind. We didn't grab Added Cut. I don't know what happened there. Or where Added Cut even thinks it's supposed to be. Or where this game thinks I am. You know, does it say which one of these little, like, map locations Added Cut's at? I'll at least give it a whirl before I pass out. I guess if anything, I'll try to head towards this tree. That seems somewhat central. There's a couple forky areas. The one that kind of seems the most... Maybe where there's that log across the little gap. There's like 3 exits from that screen. Hey, quit picking on Red, yo. Okay. That sounds like something I can easily identify. Which I think that's the log. Well, one straight up and two to the left. I'm not sure, actually. The log is number 9. Okay. That's not the one we're talking about for added cut. Oh, okay. Fair enough. That I think I can do. Stardust Ray, It's kind of hard to see how much damage that actually does. A little bit of a mess. A high potion. I was about to say, man. That Star Ray or whatever did a really random damage between the two. One took a lot more than the other. Okay, so I think right now I'm at this Stone Sisters shenanigans. Stone Pillars. Straight up? I think that's where I came from, isn't it? Pretty sure I just walked in this way. Oh, snap! I think I, like, ran past that. I feel like we've been here before, haven't we? Nice. Thanks, Special. Much appreciated. Oh, we were, like, one screen away from it when we hot springed. You know, I feel like I have just run around in this place enough that I might actually remember that next playthrough. I think I always played that area with, like, a map or something on a second monitor instead of kind of blind playthrough like I've been enjoying doing on stream. It's nice to just have some interaction, too, like, with the blind playthrough. It's been fun to have, you know, other people's knowledge fill in gaps for me, and I've had it with a few places now. Or I'll just be fighting something and someone will be like, oh, you can steal, like, some sick item from this guy, and it's like, oh, yeah! So I'll steal the item, and it's like more rewarding. I've been enjoying it. One of those things I didn't think about when I was like, I'm gonna stream playing video games, because it'd be more fun. And I just crack jokes to myself. I figured I might as well be cracking jokes to someone else, too. Instead of talking to myself. Hey, Cave. I like the HD mod in here. Came to the realization I can just watch the textures. Yeah. I definitely have no shortage of that. Alright. We did it. Snag a free rest here. And I'm gonna snag a free bathroom break real quick. Be right back. I think this might be the most I've ever seen kitten like clean herself. I'm glad she's getting better at it, man. When we found this thing, we didn't even know it was a white cat. And I remember running her under the sink, and it was like laying out in like a nasty used white rag. Oh, right, okay. I don't think there's anything too amazing up this way. At least not to the effect that I remember. Yeah, I was never big on this part either, that's for sure. And I always actually kind of forget about this part because I really just wasn't big on it. Oh yeah, and then she turned pink, yep. Finally got all the fleas and stuff off of her, but all the, like, little spots where they bit her and stuff. It's hard to believe it now that she was in bad shape, huh? Just soaking up bed. Oh, gross. What's going on with Tifa? Why is Tifa, like, locked out of everything? Got bad breath, that's all I wanted. I don't even like playing around with those dudes. Get my bad breath and get out. Okay, cave. I'm saying, I remember you going to a cave at some point. I didn't remember if you were supposed to or if it just was like a little area you could get some stuff. Oh man, this area looks awesome in the HD textures. Oh man, I'm gonna get myself lost in here. Okay, this is actually where I wanted to go. Magic breath. Yeah, I should grab that. Whoa, you silencing people? Silence work on... That would be a... Yes, it does work on enemy skill. I think I already had that happen to me a couple streams ago. Oh. I'll take that. Is she my healer? Yes, she is my healer. Yeah, she really is a cute cat. She's got an insane personality, too. She's definitely got a lot of kitten energy. But when she chills out, she, like, really chills out. I mean, you've seen for yourself. The fact I can get a cat chill enough to want to just comfy out on stream. But we have to play hard. Today I do some fetch mice with her for probably a good 45 minutes, and then grabbed this like little feather wand thing that she goes apeshit for, and I just walked circles through the dining room, kitchen, living room, and then back down the hall, dining room, kitchen, living room. This kind of circle we have around a big wall in our house, and drug the feather wand behind me. Yeah, she'll conk. And she actually pretty well stay conked like that until she hears Chelsea get home from work. Once the wife get home, she makes it a point to go greet her. Oh my gosh, where what? I feel like I should push this rock. For the most part, fetch wears her out. This is one of the first days I had to grab the feather wand. We like played fetch hard, and then it was like coming up on 10:30, and she just still wanted to go at it. Like, all right, we need to run energy out of her harder. Okay. I'm guessing I'm guessing I get into there a different way, and now we just opened up, like, the way for me to get a secret, or at least out. Seems like that was a net gain kind of situation, though. Oh, are you the one burning her out, then? Today she was all for it today. Usually I end up playing fetch with her, and then she kind of stops springing back, and then at one point she comes back without it and just flops over on the ground. So I let her chill there for like 10 minutes or so, and then I just scoop her up and slam her in this bed. That works anytime she didn't get in the bed herself. Other times she goes in the cubby first, and then I think, because it's so compact in there, that she ends up, like, overheating herself in the cubby. So she kind of comes out of there always super hot and, like, disoriented. And, like, just flops down the couch onto the floor and immediately falls over. And, like, lays back down on the cool floor. So I let her do that for, like, 5 minutes or so and scoop her up and put her in the bed. Oh, you got covered in morning coffee again? Oh. I didn't expect those to be so close to one another. No, it hasn't been iced coffee in the past. The last time that I knew about it happening, she already left for work, and I got up, and there was just this huge wet spot on her part of the couch. And then, I don't know if I looked at my phone and you had already messaged me, but the spot was super wet, and then the blanket that she usually has in the morning was just soaked as well. And then we're putting this little box heater we have by the sofa to dry that spot. Okay. Still don't see anything that looks important. Don't these guys have like some kind of bomber move I can learn or something? Which I don't think I can learn it. Maybe that's what it is. They do have some kind of bomber move though. Suicide bomb or something. I didn't think we were going to need a trend. I think we're almost out of here. Scratch my face, blind myself with the light on the back of the PS4 controller. Gotta do that at least once a stream. Oh. Another cave. Cancer. Nice death blow, red. Down, 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 down. Oh. Blue chest. I will take an elixir. How do I get up there? Oh, oh. Oh, that seemed promising for a second. It's definitely not the way. Speed source. Do like speed source. That luck up must have leveled up. Either that or we're just getting lucky on the death blows. Rum-pa-pa. Sounds good. Okay, bye. Wait, what? How did I learn that more than once? Do you have to finish a battle that you learn an enemy skill on? Oh, that would appear so. Well, to be honest though, it's not like I ever use bad breath. I don't think I ever knew that. Maybe I just never ran before? I wouldn't run from anyone other than a marble, I suppose. I just hate when everything quickly goes wrong with a marble. Which I guess I have 2 ribbons on, so that's virtually impossible, I suppose. It's like my natural reflex from any other Final Fantasy. Just see a marble and I'm panic. Oh, we almost don't need Trine for these guys. It's like 900 overkill. More than that. Our Trine's getting more powerful. Fire armlet, nice. Yeah, it's Big Guard, Trine, and White Wind. If those didn't exist, I don't think I would ever even use it. I'm really not... I can't even... Other than, like, the suicide ones, level 4 suicide and, like, death sentence and stuff, I can't even really think of any other ones. There's, like, Aqualung, which, if I'm not mistaken, Aqualung's actually pretty good. Man, I'm actually not even thinking of any past Aqualung. And there's so many. You cracking finally? There we go. Weirdly, I think the AI, like, HD almost made the cracks in the icicle not look as natural. Yay, yay! Oh no, we're not jumping down. I see a chest over there. Alex want chest. Did a lot of miss on that icicle drop. Yeah, keep doing it on people with ribbons. There you go. There you go. I can't stand leaving a chest behind that I can see. Like, if I know I missed something and it's like a casual playthrough, whatever. I didn't see it. It's not, like, stuck in my head. But if there's just a chest sitting there, it's gonna be rough to leave behind. I'm guessing taking down all of these icicles and getting me all the way to the left there should net me that chest I can see, and that one in the other room. Was that limit 3 for our boy Red? Like overachiever style? How did you get past Cloud, bro? How do you have more limit than Cloud? What? I don't think I've ever had a playthrough where Cloud wasn't the first one. Maybe Tifa. If I'm purposely trying to, like, crank her into the next dimension of reels. It's true, I haven't actually been Climb Hazard a lot. I've been presented with a lot of situations where I've been using his Blade Beam. Here we go, this should be a sitch. This would be a good climb hazard opportune. Get him, Cloud! What, just a little crack? Come on, bro. Just climb hazard you for nearly 4,000. Exactly. If it's like a boss fight or like one dude that's stronger, any kind of obvious situation where climb hazard would be worth it, I'll go for it straight up. But when there's like a pack of 4 wolves and I can blade bleam all of them, blade bleam? All of them? I can't help myself. I'm just a man, like, I gotta see things take Blade Beam to the face. Yeah! I feel like the HD mod and, like, 30 frames a second and stuff like that that's been added and patched into the FF7 makes her reels and the reel at the battle arena, like, move faster. Which, if I'm right, and those are tied to each other, that means the reels and like battle arena stuff in the new 60 frames per second mod that came out a few days ago are going to be like blazing fast. In fact, maybe so fast that people won't be able to do that trick anymore in the battle arena to like stop the reels where you want to. I did hear the motorcycle chase when you're leaving Midgar is tied to the 60 frames per second. So it's all happening twice as fast as it does on the PlayStation or like the Steam release of the game. So like your motorcycle's just hauling butt. And the other motorcycles are coming up on you insanely fast. So I'm assuming maybe the snowboarding minigame has the same situation too. Where am I? Okay, nothing. I guess? Yeah, doesn't it? Exactly. I was really curious. I only heard mention of the, Oh, here we go, here we go. I only heard mention of the motorcycle game, but even that one sped up. Sounds like it would be fun to watch, but not fun to play. Like if 60 frames seems like it's going to become a speedrun category, so anyone, after they do those mini games, oh, I'm going to enjoy watching them panic. Yeah, feels right, yeah. I guess we're still doing pretty good on mana. Yep. It did take me 2 tries because that boss inside of that safe, I find that if he flips into his magic form, I just get wrecked. Like, I probably have killed him in his magic form in one of the playthroughs where I, like, over-leveled into Oblivion. Ooh, that is nice, but it is not. Like, nicely not nice. Cloud isn't exactly the one serving out tons of damage, though, either. I think I'll hold off on for now. I don't like purposely nerfing our boy Cloud, just for a little extra. I could see that for sure, yeah. Which, I mean, I guess kind of like any other quote-unquote main character of Final Fantasy, I'll build the main guy as like a jack-of-all-trades, master of none kind of situation. I usually find any other characters to like fully flesh out roles. Like if I want someone to be like really good at healing, I won't do that with the main character. I suppose with the exception of unless, like, the job Final Fantasies, job class Final Fantasies, that's got to be a different situation. Then I'll specialize in it whatever I feel like it. Tifa's always been my powerhouse. And then I've always had Red be my healer slash enemy skill. Because for some reason, to me, Red having the enemy skill materia, because he's like not a human, you know, feels more like lore aligned. Which I'm not sure if his race is known for being really in tune with magic either or not, but I feel like it just makes more sense for him to be sort of in tune with magic. So Red's always been my magic-centric guy. But we wanted kills on Tifa, so I moved enemy skill over to her, and somehow the rest of my brain followed suit. And I think Red's more of a fighter right now than I have on Tifa. I think I have her more in mage mode. But I likely will switch that once she gets a few more reels. Because just having that high attack power when you line up a whole bunch of slots on her, just lay anything out. Especially once you get to, like, the final few battles with Sephiroth and she's got all of her reels, and you just queue up yes, 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 or yeah, yeah, yeah on all of them or whatever, and just take down like half his HP, just one go. Exactly, exactly, special. Just completely destroy anything. Oh, we got bad breath now. It's actually probably really good experience and stuff like that, fighting Marlboros anyhow, to be honest. They're usually a good farm if you can, you know, get them in check. Which, again, I have 2 ribbons, so... The only possible more prepared I could be was another... Oh! Speaking of yeah, yeah, yeahs... We've got the dolphin blow. And that's why I gave her a try. So I want her to keep just blasting through people. Up, I guess? Like a close spot. This might be the one area where there actually is something to get if I, like, went a different direction. Kind of looks like it just cuts back into this one, though. Up, up, and away! I want to say this is the final hole. This kind of gives me the impression that I'm right. The second save point of any area. Where did you put my... Where'd you put my tents? What are you? There they are. Didn't I just arrange like a minute ago and it sent my tents into the nether realm? Awesome, dude. Thanks, King Altador. I appreciate that, man. Very cool. Much appreciated. I'm glad you were enjoying it. Final Fantasy VII is the best. It's hard to argue any other way on that one. I think I'm gonna leave the power wrist on him, even though I normally have it on Tifa. Did I save? You know, I'm one of those guys that saves like 3 times anyhow, because I'm like, did I save? Let's save and make sure I saved. Like any Final Fantasy. My record's probably like 4 times saving in a row, because I'm not sure if I saved. Stay hydrated, you are right. I'm down a drink. Was there a healing spring right there? Nice. Let's slam down a tent 2 feet from a healing spring. I honestly wish I knew how many times myself as well. Definitely a lot. I think I maybe finished Final Fantasy VII 6 times, I want to say. Like, finished, but I've probably started up and got way deep in it. Maybe a little over a dozen. You say I don't remember this. Oh, I do remember this. Comet multi? No. Give it the bolt for a second. Alright, if we can get one of these heads down, I think things get a little less crazy. Yeah, nice. Keep landing those death blows, my buddy. Trying seem to hit hard, too. Whew! I'm glad they didn't follow up right on Tifa again there. Ooh, a steal? I'm on it. Cloud hasn't been doing much damage anyhow. Okay, this time around I'm gonna get a key or 2 on the team with Tifa. Let's keep death blowing there. Ooh, Tifa! It's time to use that magic. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I had her set up to heal, too. Oh, good thinking. Yes! I like where your head's at. I should have led with Big Guard. Woo! Uh-oh. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh. He's so fast, too. Should have X-potioned yourself there, buddy. Let's see if we can get one of these heads with the climb hazard here. Is the big guard, like, reducing the magic potential of my heals, too? It seems to be proccing it. Alright, come on, quick, quick, quick. Oh my gosh. If she can get this heal 2 off, I think... There we go. Oh, there we go. I think I'll be less freaking out. It's not healing very hard, though. I actually think Big Guard is reducing it. Bro! Damn, that comet hit nice. Look, we gotta be close to taking one head down now. Just gonna play it safe and keep everyone crazy topped off here. Okay, I feel like we're a little bit back in control. It did get crazy there. Again, man, shoutouts to, like, speedrunners to just, like, get through this boss at half the levels I have. Good golly. Playing this game in a way that I don't purposely grind myself into just being a master of disaster, it gives you some perspective. I think this is the first time I've ever gone through this game being, like, about right power-wise. Oh my gosh! What was that? What just happened? Why did he get so many turns? What? At least we just saved. Okay, Comet was wrecking. Maybe I'm gonna go in a more of a quickly tag down one head situation. And, yeah. I think that in itself. That checks out. He's definitely just all about these breath attacks. In fact, I don't think I've seen him launch a single. And I just got that fire armament. That should have been a sign. Have a loud stretch, kitty. Yeah, I think I'm at like 39 on Cloud, and I think he's my highest. Oh, what am I doing? She's got Trine, that's where it's at. Yeah, keep using that counterattack, buddy. I'll take the extra 880 randomly. X potion shouldn't get lowered because of the cure spell, I'm guessing. Or not the cure spell, but the big guard or whatever it is. That definitely goes through. That might be better to do while I have the guard up. She's hitting hard too with Shrine. If I can just keep Red keeping everyone happy, she seems to be doing a good job of. I am too. I am too, King. This is the first playthrough I think I've ever done where I didn't purposely just get godlike along the way at some point. But at the same time, too, it's kind of cool to play through it differently. It really is. I say, big guard's gotta be, yeah. it is nearly toast. Well, everyone's in good shape for a second here. Did we kill a head? Is this what happened last time when I killed a head, I bet? Oh no. Oh my gosh, Red. I don't even care. I don't even care. I will Mega Elixir. I will. This guy is nuts. You know, I save things like elixirs and Mega Elixirs through a whole playthrough and never ever use them. It's like one of those, save it for something important. I'm like, never use it. Gotcha. Check. Yeah, this thing slaps hard. I love that this Final Fantasy has like 4 different boss themes, and they all just set the right mood. Like the ones that get you pumped up for a good fight, have that nice high energy, and the ones that make you realize that you're fighting a god have like that just intense feeling of like unnerving sounds. Did we kill him? I think we killed him. As long as one of us survives. Make that 2. Truly, even if I sit there watch someone play through this game in the morning and then I jump on to play myself and then I get off and watch someone else play again, the songs never stop slapping. Oh, I need to like get some Phoenix Downs. Or actually use my materia that's got revive on it. I'm playing the Steam version, but it's very modded, but like lightly at the same time. I didn't want to change anything too intense, so I got rid of the really creepy mouths that the PC version had. Like half the NPCs just have this O mouth, and I don't like it. It's unnerving. So I have a mod that gets rid of the mouths. I have a mod that replaces the like kind of MIDI-ish feeling vibes of the soundtrack. Because the PC, in my opinion, the PlayStation soundtrack sounds better than the PC release. If you just listen to them straight up vanilla both. So I just replace the PC soundtrack with the PlayStation one. Just rips of the PlayStation soundtrack. So that sounds good. Oh, nice! I haven't even seen it on the OLED Switch. But I'm guessing it looks pretty crisp too. And then the only other mod I'm using is HD stuff. Like all the HD waifu upscaled textures. No, I take that back. And a mod that makes these text box somewhat see-through. An opaque text box. Which that one I've liked more than I thought I would. It's just, you can kind of see more of the background when lots of large text box are happening. And like in combat, it doesn't cut off like the bottom half of the torso of people when it zooms in on them, which I really like too. I do have a Switch. I think I've only played Fortnite on my PC, I want to say. When my son's playing on the Xbox so we can play together. For the most part, if I'm presented with the option to play something on my PC, that's what I go with. Another good song. Set in the right mood. Hey. Jumped. Neo Bahamut. Hell yeah. How much did we drain ourselves in that fight? Oh, that's right. Yeah, not much, because I used a Mega Elixir at the end of it. We are virtually topped off. With how topped off I am, I think that Mega Elixir may not have been necessary. Oh yeah, for sure. I'll add you after the stream there, King. Hey, get off my airship. Are they bringing this to me right now? How does this work? I want my airship. Nice. Will do. God, I hate Hojo. This stupid face. Oh, this is where I gotta cross that spot. Yes. Whoa, hey, whoa. What's this shenanigans? Oh, really? Go, go, go! Oh, it's a fight if I miss it. Nice, let's see how many fights we get here then. It did seem like it had a big gap for me. I maybe botched that a little bit. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, okay. Thought he had a lot more life in him. Oh. I'm just gonna wait for it to entirely go away. 100% gone. Kitten. Did I scare you there or something? That was a much louder reaction than normal. Little Wildwood Discord. Speaking of Wildwood Discord, I was messing with the settings on my bot again to like mention in my Discord that I go live. I don't think it went off. It's the second bot I've tried now. And I've never had any kind of problem setting up any sort of even extremely advanced Discord bot, but for some reason linking my Twitch and the bot and the Discord and everything, it just will not do. Maybe I need to mess with permissions or something. Maybe the bot doesn't have proper permissions or something. Ooh. Tell me more, tell me more. Oh, it's the same situation. Yeah, exactly. I think that at least for the Discord, something's just not... it's not working right. Is that a battery? What are you? Enemies in this game are bonkers. Yeah, that's pretty well how I do it too. Twitch is always at least a tab on one of my monitors. Most of the time it's just up on one of my monitors. I have switched it lately though, so it notifies me on my phone. Just for that little extra, if I'm not at my computer and someone goes live that I'm trying to throw some support to, and go run over and hop in. Oh, 6 special? Dude, I've been actually thinking about a projector. Me and the wife talked about it a little bit off and on, just for possibility of different rooms, but they're getting more affordable and much better. I've seen some really impressive monitor or projector stuff going on. Yeah, I honestly don't blame you. They've really come a long way. I think it's one of those things where it was popular when it kind of first picked up for gaming, and they weren't super great. And I don't think a lot of people went back to really see how the technology is advanced. Right on, Raven. Catch you in a bit. Enjoy your lunch. Speaking of lunch, I gotta get over to Five Guys Burgers. Should we do that tonight, babes? I was hanging out another stream and we were all chatting it up about burgers and stuff. And I got in trouble because I've never had Five Guys. And apparently it's the bomb diggity because they have these Cajun fries. And I'm all about Cajun stuff. Sephiroth, bro? Weren't these guys, like, kind of trying to be your homie? Yeah, I've never even had it, and not really because it's expensive, but just because there's so many places that we like a good burger from. Like, I'll even just get down on a Carl's burger, but then we like a Red Robin's burgers. We get those, like, a ton. Especially they have a really good delivery system these days. And ever since we bought an air fryer, I can just toss the French fries that come in the air fryer for like 2 minutes without even preheating it. And those things are like hot, crispy, clickety-clack. So I can't even help myself. We get those burgers, we get the air fryer ready. And the minute the delivery guy shows up, we slam those fries in the air fryer. Get a couple bites of burger in you. Fries are hot and crispy. I was going to say, what is tripping up here? But I forgot. This is where our boy Cloud goes like full blast crazy. Dude, leftover fries. If you only buy an air fryer to make leftover fries nearly identical to when you had them before, it just brings them right back to life. We were on the fence. We had an air fryer a long time ago, kind of when they first came back. Now let's get down on some summons. Why not? And it was kind of meh. So we ended up like selling it at a garage sale or something like that. But then I kept seeing it kind of come back around and people saying that they were, you know, having all these amazing recipes and they were good for all these things. So I did some like actual like consumer research. And everyone was talking about these newer wave of fryers and just being awesome. So we picked one up and they weren't lying. We use it all the time. It gets used at least 4 or 5 times a week. Yeah, you don't need to scratch your face on the microphone. Petra disaster. I always love breaking out the summons for bosses, and I feel like I still do it. That's true. Yeah, they'll have cutting oils sometimes, absolutely. The baskets that they make those air fryers out of, the way those are machined, a lot of the times they'll have a lot of cutting oils on them. And like cutting oils for the machine's blades to like cut the basket and actually make the make whatever it is. And that's very much something you have to burn off sometimes. I don't think Odin will even do. I guess let's get a big guard going. Odin's like an instant kill, isn't he? I don't think if you use it on bosses, it like just doesn't do squat. Or wait, does he have a different attack for when you do him on bosses? He does! He has that sick one where he throws his lance way up. Yep. Yep. The other thing we learned about our air fryer is that you need to have, if it doesn't have oil in it itself, you need to give it some. And we discovered this like sprayable avocado oil, and I guess it has a really high burn temperature of like 450 degrees, or smoke temperature rather. So we just spritz it down with a little bit of that avocado oil, and it gives it an awesome crunchy outside. For things that don't have oil already, like meats and stuff we don't. But like pot stickers or egg rolls, stuff like that we chuck in there. Yeah, it just gives that little extra crunch on the outside and golden browns them up real nice. I keep feeling like I'm ignoring paying attention to this boss and I should be nearly dead or like I haven't healed, but it seems like we're doing alright. That's a sick summon for sure. I love that one. I guess while she's not Okay, we did a free. Let's get a Chocomog in there. It's like no damage, but it puts a smile on my face. Nice counter. Counter again. Nice counter. Keep shooting him! Oh, damn it. Wait, who do you have? Have we done Rama yet? Ramu? Rama? I feel like now that they're getting around to voice acting all these games and stuff, so many things I was pronouncing wrong. Judgment Bolt. Isn't that true, Special? Hi, babe. Hopefully work goes smooth. Tropic Wind. Yeah, the HD really did help out most of the summons. I think we might be leaning into that a little bit. Oh, I didn't put Alexander on! We even slaved for Alexander. Genova Cells. I gotta remember to slap that on. You don't get to see those summons a whole lot on when streamers like, you know, speedrun and stuff too, because it's just slow. But I'm all about them. I've always loved the summons. I really like the Final Fantasy VIII summons. What I don't like, however, is that they like added this little mashing mini game over the summons to make them more powerful. So if you want to like utilize them to their full potential, you have to stare at anything but the awesome animations of the summon. That was a bad design decision. You gotta stare at that stupid little box. Oh, you don't, Yuffie? You don't want the black materia? You know what, I feel like it's you. Leader of Avalanche, it's you. Let me catch some shut-eye. Yeah, right? I'm surprised you turned it down. MP Turbo! Speaking of MP Turbo, ooh, some MP in general. Oh, and then there's a save point right there. Classic. Yeah, might as well. Not like we're not going to have ethers left over at the end of the game or something. Oh, the levels are starting to come in a little bit. 44 now? What? I don't remember these guys. They roll themselves like a dice and do random things. Seems to be a yes. Burn Sammy Kitty. Look at all these eye goobers you got. Like, didn't turn red when it died, it turned white. It's like the only enemy that has that color change for death. What a weird enemy. I really don't remember those. I suppose it's possible they're PC only. I've definitely played the PXS version a lot more than I played the PC version. Oh, God. I'm honestly surprised I got that. Each one of those gets crazier. Okay, maybe this is where our boy Cloud goes crazy? I know we're right in the zone where he loses it, and then I'm down to not having him in the party. And then I think we do like the giant materia, the huge materia hunts without him. That's about it we do without him. Or at least that's all we like have to do without him. Oh, this is where he has this flashbacks where it's Zack instead. There he is, yeah. Zack looks so goofy in this game. After playing Crisis Core and seeing like Zack a lot more fleshed out in his design. It's just an illusion. Another stupid illusion. He is. He just doesn't look right to me. I have played Crisis Core recently, though. It might be why. Probably about a year ago. Did a Crisis Core playthrough. That game is great. I'm interested in this new project they have going too, where all the Final Fantasy VII material, movies, games, like spin-off games, everything that is Final Fantasy VII is getting all remade into one singular game. And I think that's pretty great. But at the same time, I don't know how I feel about it, but I guess that's only because no one's ever done that before, where it's like, let's take all of the like spin-offs of the franchise and like bring it all back together. But it stands to reason that that game is going to be huge. But then again, you know, like bigger than the, what, four-part that the Final Fantasy VII remake's supposed to be? I don't know, but the idea of the base game, Crisis Core, was that Dirge of Cerberus, and then the Advent Children movie, this being like all smashed together into one game. Gotcha, you got it on PC though? I've been wanting to pick it up on PC, if only because I have a solid state drive on my PC. My PS4, like, PlayStation, PS4 games, Square Enix titles, have these massive loads. Which, I mean, I 100% get. Like, Final Fantasy 15, the overworld of that game was super duper huge. But on my PS4, I have to... I can start that game up without having it like suspended on my PS4. If I have to load into it like save file style, I can go make and eat a sandwich before I'm in. Like, I'd have to speed run the making and eating of the sandwich, but I could do it. I honestly could. Like, it's like the better part of 5 minutes. But once you're in, there's very, very few loads. Like, it's like it really stores most of the game in RAM in a very impressive way. But what isn't impressive is that first load screen. And there would actually be times where I would get up in the morning, kick on the PS4, and get everything all loaded up for some Final Fantasy 15, and then go do my breakfast and stuff. Get some coffee. Exactly. But yeah, on the SSD, yeah, so much faster. And then the same with the PS5 too, like, if it was possible to even get your hands on that console right now. I'd be about revisiting a few things on the PS5 just because not only does it has an SSD, but it has an SSD that was manufactured in-house by Sony, and it is fast. It is very, very fast SSD. I honestly think that the PS5 speed-wise would outperform my PC. Maybe, well, actually, I think in just about every single way the PS5 would outperform my PC. But for load times to be one of those things, I almost thought I would never say that. It was once we got SSDs on PC, it was like all my consoles that were disk-based or anything just drove me nuts with their load times. Yeah, I hear you there, Special. Yeah, and if you haven't jammed it too much yet, you're really in the best shape on PC. You know, it's got all the fixes and everything, and it's a super duper competent port. Like, a lot of times they bring something from PlayStation over to PC and there's issues that take place, but the work they did on that was just extremely solid. Even the first week that it was out, and I was in the like Reddit following just Final Fantasies and stuff in general, usually it gets blasted with all these people having crashes and glitches and bugs and freezes and just whining and complaining, but everyone was like super stoked on how they were just playing the game and having no problems. And then you have your SSD. Load times are way better than they are on PS4. I'm guessing the PC version's got to have like some, you know how like when they do the pre-order variants and stuff for consoles, but then when Final Fantasies come over to PC, you basically get like a bundle of all that stuff. Oh, okay, and even an update. So yeah, even more so. Like, no one's had problems and they're still churning away on it. And you usually get that extra content too. I've picked up a lot of Final Fantasies on Steam that I already own in 2 other forms, just because it's sort of a definitive. Hey Sammy, can you look at a different part of my hand? You're like taking skin off there now. Like 10 minutes, kiddo. This cat just has to like pet people back, and I think she thinks that she can only do that with her tongue. Even if you pet her from an angle where she can't lick something, she like whips her head around, slicking her tongue, like she just needs, like, she's just trying to materialize something to lick in the air. And our older cat, Bella, really likes when Samantha cleans her, just because I think Bella has some spots that she can't get very good in her old age. So anytime they're laying right next to each other, I can like pet Samantha really good from an angle that Samantha couldn't like lick me, and she'll end up just like cleaning the crap out of our cat Bella, and Bella's all about that. Throwing a little assist to Bella. She really keeps herself in good age for a cat that's in her 20s, but, you know, there's just some places you can't cat bend to clean when you're that old. Hell, she can't jump on or off of anything we own without making vocal sounds. Yeah, for real. She's a very old cat. But I always joke like how her voice box isn't connected to her legs, but if she tries to jump on the couch, she's like, and she like does this weird like growl purr yell thing, like she's giving herself the courage to jump up onto the couch. And same with jumping down. She kind of makes like a meow sound, but then when she hits, it kind of like, and like you can almost hear it like it knocks the air out of her. It's actually pretty funny. But I feel bad for her. I mean, it's just, the couch isn't up too high, but she's just so old, man. She just, anything she jumps onto or down from, you can hear that it's like a vocal workout. She's got to prepare herself. Cloud, you're losing it, my friend. it's too bad the wife got super busy at work right where they just hit us with this huge text dump of story. I was trying to like fill her in anything she missed in the stream while she was at work. But we're getting into that part of the Final Fantasy VII storyline where only like master scholars can even explain it in a way that makes any fucking sense. And I'm not a master scholar. I mean, I can definitely explain it well enough that it's like the important stuff, but the like weird little intricacies of Sephiroth messing with Cloud's head and Cloud's memories being all fucked and yeah, it's like I absolutely understand it enough. Like, arguably as much as I did the first time through and I was paying like a lot of attention, like I feel like all these years down the road, I like maybe barely understand it more. And even that little bit might just be, she did actually, yeah. That's funny you mentioned that, because I mentioned in the stream, I was like, oh, wife, if you're paying attention, like, Aerith's about to die, you want to focus up or whatever. And I guess she was doing something away from her computer at the time at work. But she said she sat down and looked over right as Sephiroth was coming down with his sword and stabbed her. And she was like, oh shit, at work. So she caught it like, she literally caught Aerith getting stabbed, like nothing else before that, but she caught all of the Aerith dying. So it was like, well, you caught it. You definitely caught it. Yeah, it's sad. I always get some like dust or something in my eyes every time that scene comes around. I don't know what it is. Gets my eyes all watery. Yeah, it's onions. That's what it was, yeah. Some onions were getting prepped in the kitchen close by, and it just kind of caught a little bit of the smell, got my eyes going, and that just happened to coincide with Aerith getting stabbed. Well, I can see that we're officially losing our mind now. Unless our boy Cloud is hanging from a tree trunk up here. Oh, I'm a free man. Run, Barrett, run! Don't just stand there! This is that unnerving song we were talking about. This is the one that lets you know some stuff's happening. Although arguably this is like the one usage of the song where stuff's not really happening. Well, I guess if we're seeing this from Cloud's perspective, we have no idea what's going on. Kid's going crazy. Cloud, get down from there. You're freaking the rest of the party out. No. Don't give him black materia. So this is the scene. We were in some stream and like everyone was making this argument about how like the black materia is the size of the temple and whatnot. And it was like, it is at like first, but then it gets turned into a materia, like a physical materia that Cloud holds. And then people are like, no, what? It's like, it's in the cutscene. That's why too, like in my background on my OBS there, one of those materias I kind of messed with and turned into a black materia. And they were like, how do you know what the black materia looks like? And it's like materia form. I mean, they showed it as like a, you know, a black, well, they tried to make kind of a materia shape to it. But again, I was like, no, like, it's got like, they show it to you. You can see it. Kind of like a purplish black materia. Punch it. The HD is not bad on this cutscene. A couple of them I wasn't like super duper big on because it kind of handled a little bit of it oddly. That one was pretty good. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we were just talking about where this is like where it gets into the hard to explain realm. It's like I understand what happened, like the effects of all of this craziness and dialogue and confusionness, but I don't understand like the how. Yeah, exactly. No, that wasn't Sephiroth. It also wasn't Zekrom, but close. That was Ultima Weapon, which I think is. Did he make Ultima Weapon, or is Ultima Weapon just like stored there with him and he freed it? Because a few of the other weapons like already exist. Ultima Weapon's not the only one there, wife. There's also Ruby Weapon, which is an optional weapon you can fight in the desert. Diamond Weapon, which is an optional weapon you can fight like under the sea when you get the submarine. And then Ultima Weapon, which is not optional. I do believe we have to take down Ultima Weapon. Ultima Weapon's pretty insane, and then the other two weapons are like super bosses. They're harder than winning the game, killing Sephiroth. That's where you go to fight the real fights. Which, I mean, to be fair, we have tactics that people use at this point that make those fights pretty elementary too. But they're still the nastiest fights. Indeed. Well, at least that's how you're supposed to do it special. In like casual playthroughs, I'm always that person that considers killing the final boss to be the end. So I'll like get powerful, take down all the extra bosses, and then I go fight the final boss, and he's so trivial that you like break wind in his general direction and he's dead, and then everybody does their fanfare and it rolls credits, and then I feel like I'm done. It's hard for me to like go fight the final boss of the game and then like load up as if it never happened and then go do the other ones and stuff. Although admittedly, that's probably how this one's going to go down. I don't think I'm going to push myself into taking down all the extra weapons. Yeah, the Master Materias, my only Steam playthrough I've done, which was also my last playthrough of 7, I did all the Master Materias just to get the achievements for it. The only achievements I don't have 2. Maxing the levels of everyone in the party and getting Arius level 4 limit break, which I kick myself for missing that one, because if I would have got that one, I would have just ground for the levels and got all the achievements. But once I played through and realized I missed getting Arius last limit break, it was like, well, I guess I'm doing another achievement playthrough at some point, and I'll just save the getting everyone to level 99 for that. Master All is nuts. All the Master Materia is so good. Yeah. It would take a while. I mean, not really, really bad. Because in the northern crater, there is like these little red bouncy balls. Enemies you can fight. I don't know what they exactly are. And it's either that fight that gives you a ton of experience or a ton of AP. And then there's another fight down there as well that's the flip of that. It gives you a ton of experience. So you can pretty well go down there. The pots. Yeah, that's right. The pots. Were the pots the experience or were the pots the AP? I always mix those two enemies up. But I remember the pots and the little red bouncing balls. And between those two, you can pretty well just put yourself into cranking levels out in mastering materia. It has been a while since I've actually gone and done that. Time. Oh, right. We got Meteor to deal with now, too. Nice. That looked good. Yeah, dude, I have to check that out. That sounds way dope. Again, too, I've always loved to, like, grind until I'm godlike for stuff like that. And that sounds like a perfect one. And the timing of that, too, like, you're fresh out of Midgar. You can have Yuffie in your party. Like, really, the only possible thing you could be missing out on there is just getting some grindage for Vincent. And if I'm not mistaken, his level is based off of the level, like, when you get him, of I don't know, maybe like the average of your other party members, or it's like Cloud -3 or something to that effect. So you're even still making him, you know, theoretically, once you get him, he's going to be bigger than he would have been had you not ground there in Junin. I'll have to look up a video for that, though, because I don't even know where that alarm button is at. I have never done that. And I want to say that means it's like not in the strategy guides either. Because again, that's one of those things, if I would have saw that in the strategy guide, I would have been like, oh, a grind spot, I'm going to get at it. Got AP and guild too? Like, his arms are tied behind his back until I step into the safe point. Oh, arms aren't tied. Oh wait, gotta pretend they're tied. Oh, this is where I gotta break Tifa out of like that torture chair or whatever. Hey man, get out of the way. I love the Turks theme. Raven, use back. Use return. How was lunch? Did you have a delicious lunch today? I ate a bowl of berry Cheerios for lunch. I had a cereal craving come lunchtime. Just flailing around. Oh, here we are, yep. Ooh, DQ, did you get like a chicken strip basket? I don't know if I've ever even got anything from DBQ that wasn't the chicken strip basket. I'm obsessed with that thing. Wow. I recently found out too, Dairy Queen has burger and cheese curds. I don't think I've ever had cheese curds from Dairy Queen. I'm about to try that out. Ooh, an A1 barbecue burger? Oh man, I love me some A1. Oh man. I'm like literally salivating thinking about that. Oh my gosh. Oh, I need... Screw 5 guys. Yeah, the Western Bacon's my jam. That sounds like a Western Bacon with some A1 happening in it. Oh, golly gee whiz. Oh. Oh, I'm literally salivating. Oh shit, no one's got any Materion. That's alright. Shoot him. Did we get a level jump on these guys? I haven't used any of these dudes in my party for a grip. Tonight. Could we do that? Wait, we could do that, because then we could do the chicken Alfredo tomorrow, and then Sunday do the tortilla soup. Especially because I can start the tortilla soup up before we stream and just let it go. It could be special. I'll definitely look into it before we go down there. But it probably... I feel like any time that they've ever like sent out coops for some kind of like specialty burg thing going on, ours has had it. We live in a pretty big city, so... Yeah, I don't know how that bread is so good. It's like just a piece of bread, and I love it. And I recently learned too, which the last couple times we've gone, we've cashed in on, but they have like crock pots in Dairy Queen there that they keep fresh country gravy in. And when you get the chicken strip basket, is like your sauce, you can request country gravy. And it's not on the menu or nothing, but they don't even say anything. You're like, hey, I need some country gravy. And they're like, yep, sure. And like, you're like, the first time I did it, I expected them to be like, we don't have country gravy, like I was some kind of psycho. So I was like, yeah, I want the chicken strip basket. And she's like, what do you want to dip? And I was like, maybe some barbecue and a country gravy. And she was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, she like acknowledged that quick. Yeah, sure enough, we get home and pop it open and bam, it's just like a cup full of country gravy in there. And it's not like in a pre-made pouch or nothing. It's like fresh country gravy. It was still hot. It was amazing. It's like, why don't they tell you that? And like the employees have to prepare that. Like it's not like the sauces they just have in a big bucket, you know, with the peel off top. Like you have to make that. Oh, pretzels as well there? I'm so scared to diverge from my chicken strip basket that I like haven't tried all these other cool things. I want that A1 steak sauce burger though, bad. I like just ate lunch not too long ago and I'm hungry now just thinking about that. I'm like never hungry at this point in the day. I can't imagine it couldn't be incredible, honestly. I love A1 steak sauce and I love Worcestershire sauce. Both of those sauces, they just got that like tangy bite to them. Oh. Yeah, it's true. 100%. Especially the way they do their pictures where they like make the best looking burger you've ever seen in your life and then they hand it to you and you can't even see any of the insides because like the bun from the top and bottom touch around the outside. So it just looks like a bun. It's like you peel it open, you're like, oh, there's burgie fixes in here. Can't stand that. I guess I'll take this quick bathroom break while I got it. Returned. You know, we were just talking about skips too, and another one I've never tried, which is apparently the easiest skip in this game to perform, is the, you like hold right on the D-pad when you're dropping back into Midgar for the second time, and you just skip Midgar. You go right to the final boss of that area or something. And I've seen it in speedruns used, but I've never tried it. Yeah, I love me some steak too, but I gotta put sauce on it. Maybe if it's like a really good like butter, pepper, kind of seasoned steak or something, I'll do it without sauce. But even if I do, I'm like, part of me is missing the steak sauce. I've never done that one too, yeah. Which is a huge skip too. You like skip the second reactor and saving Aerith and all that jams. She's just like somehow all of a sudden in your party. And yesterday we were talking about Aerith's name and me not changing it to Aerith, and I was like confused that it was Aerith. I was watching a stream afterwards, and they were saying that when you do that skip, when you skip those guards there, the game as like a failsafe puts Aerith in your party, but it calls her Aerith there instead of Aeris. So it's like if you actually skip that part of the game, your Aerith will automatically be named correctly, even though the game wants it to be wrong. It's some random stuff. I guess what that is, at least the streamer was saying, that it's like a... Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it's on. Kitty. Head's cut off a bit. There you go. I guess it's DQ tonight. It is like the closest fast food restaurant to our house, so that is hard to argue. Well, I'm not sorry, it's just not the right way. Guessing this isn't either. You're gonna yell at me here too. Oh. Thin mint glizzy. Oh, I really should put some materia on these guys. I'm gonna keep fighting stuff. Ow. I have had one of their chili dogs actually, and they are good, yeah. Better than Sonic, yeah. I got a chili dog at Sonic after seeing one of their like hilarious commercials about their chili dogs, and it sucked. In fact, like, I have never been impressed by Sonic. They have some good drinks. And that's it, but I've never had food from Sonic that I enjoyed. Same with Jack in the Box. I don't know how people like Jack in the Box. It was a DQ Ice Cream Quake. I demanded it. Everyone was talking, we were talking about what the best cake is. And it was like DQ ice cream cake is the best cake. And she was like, no, like a wedding cake. And I was like, yeah, DQ ice cream cake. I don't know if I've tried their loaded breakfast sandwich. If I end up hitting up Jack in the Box for some reason for some breakfast, for like road tripping or something like that, though, I'm gonna keep that in mind. Again, a lot of places like that where I didn't like something I had at first, so I don't like keep going there. You know, you never have an opportunity to try some stuff that might be good on their menu. Ooh, sourdough. That's a good start for how I like me breakfast sandwiches. Sourdough is my favorite bread, straight up. I I'll even just eat a good sourdough plain. It's got to be a good sourdough at that point, though, if we're going plain. But I will. Oh, I did it again. Like Grandmaster not putting materia on people. Yuffie does have a throw materia, to be fair. I actually have new weapons for all these guys, too. Barrett's still got his cannonball arm on? Yeah. I believe I have a weapon for Barrett that does 4 times the amount of damage of the one he had on. Again, whenever like used to play casually by myself, anytime I got new weapons for someone, I would like pull out the PHS, call them, get them on the team, switch out their weapon, PHS again, switch them out of the team, like just to make sure I had it on them. But no one wants to sit around and see me do that. So I didn't. Did she just die? Yep. Get up, little lady. Seriously? Hey, like, do it quickly. Thank you. Alright, a good dice can definitely save this. And then I really gotta remember to put some equipment and some material on these guys. Okay, one down. Yeah, I mean, that's true for sure. I think it's more a case that I was kind of telling myself, like, oh, the next time I get an opportunity, just make sure I put these weapons on them. I think the problem is it's one of those habits I made. Hard to break yourself of video game habits for a game you've been playing for literally more than half your life. But on the same flip, it has actually been really cool to experience this game differently, streaming it. Because it has been different. Still got her. I don't think I've ever had her in my team until now. This is the first time Yuffie's done anything. Yeah, man, me too, Special. I'm definitely glad you found my channel. Means all the fun viewers haven't already found someone else to watch all day. Yeah, let's go into my materia to heal up. Well, you actually can't yet, unfortunately. Although, spoiler alert, I think today's stream is going to make me affiliate. It's actually one of the reasons I'm in like a really good mood today. I have to have a certain amount of people watching the show and chatting, and there's like 4 or 5 different, kind of points I have to make in my stream being watched and popular and stuff like that. Wait, everyone still has my good stuff, don't they? That's what's going on here. Exchange. Sure, why not? You can be that. Ice all would be nice. I don't really need Magic Plus. Sure. Red, why don't you give her your Fire All, and your Restore, and Bahamut, why not? And then what, Kaith needs some stuff? Oh, and I can't steal from... Cloud must already dropped his stuff. Yeah, the one thing I'm off on being affiliate is the amount of people on my average viewers, and I am 0.01 off today. When I woke up today, I was 0.01 person off of being affiliate. Which is like, it made me happy, but like almost a little mad, because it's 0.01, like, cut a brother a break. Does it not show which of these has... Wait, it's Tifa that had the good one. She's got more. There it is. Yeah, let's give that to Kate. Yeah, it's like not even... That's not even a person. 1/10 of one human watching. But it's an average over... Wait, how do you not have magic? Hey, you do at least. Okay, 2 cures will do it. Yeah, if a cup of water would have been accidentally watching my stream, it would have happened. But it's an average based off the 30 days as well, and I had a stream 30 days ago today that is much lower than my average has been over the last couple weeks. So today's stream is essentially replacing that one. So, like, good to go. Okay, so we need to get it with our legs first. Okay. And then we have to do like head and legs of the snow. Pull it back. And now legs and head at the same time. Yeah, okay. And then we undo an arm. Or like head and arm? There we go, head and arm, yeah. What's she doing? Oh, I gotta like grab the key out of my mouth. I was gonna use my mouth to undo the other one too. After 12, both Lightning and my favorite Cerberus enjoys its storyline. Oh yeah, absolutely. FF12 is great. A button I need to hit somewhere? This thing back here? There we go. Yeah, 12, you know, it plays a lot different than another Final Fantasy, and I think a lot of people give it flack because of that. But the Final Fantasies are supposed to be different from one another. And the running around of the big open world maps and like seeing enemies and getting in fights with them and then having like your strategy that you've pre-set up be what gets you through a battle was awesome. When that game came out on PS2 and me and my dad picked it up and sat down and started jamming that shit, I was blown away. The cutscenes were banging. They were finally hitting that spot where like graphics outside of pre-rendered cutscenes and within pre-rendered cutscenes were very similar, and it wasn't like jarring to have the two separate, you know, from one another. So like the whole just technical aspect of that one was crazy for me. And then like being a pretty awesome storyline, and I liked all the characters. But then again, I guess I'm kind of a defender of a lot of Final Fantasies that people hate on. Like same with 13. Although it does seem like the public in general is starting to come around on 13 and giving it some credit. In a lot of ways, 13 feels like 12 as well. Like you don't have the freedom to move around like you did with 12, but the way you kind of pre-set up what is going to be your strategy, and then you just, you know, sort of tell everyone to execute your grand strategy, really works for me. And again, 13 looked crazy beautiful. And because the way the combat worked in 13, you could actually watch the combat and then just change your formations to like make sure things went well. But you weren't always watching like your bar and your skills and stuff. You were mostly watching like the awesome battles take place. I thought that was very cool. And I don't know why everyone thinks that like a Final Fantasy game has to be like so intensely hands-on and turn-based. When it felt like a Final Fantasy, and the combat was sick to watch. And that's the first Final Fantasy where cutscenes and like game CG were the same thing. Oh, I can slap you faster. I can slap happy. Can I slap too fast? Oh! Scarlet slap happy'd me. Did I win that slap fight? I don't really remember the slap fight. I definitely remember running out to the edge of this gun, but I don't remember the slap fight. Barrett! Perfect timing, my man. Throw that rope. Throw that sexy HD rope. That rope was not long enough, dude. I saw the end of it. It does feel nice to finally have the airship. Okay, so our airship and tote means it's time to go check out our boy Cloud and realize that he's gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And then we go get the huge materials? And then go back to Cloud? Now I could start up Chocobo stuff here, but I gotta save that for Sunday. Sunday is all about the Chocobos. Oh, Yuffie doesn't like this. Don't throw up on my ship. You'll be the one scrubbing that deck if you do. Oh, I thought you were a safe point. You're just a dude. You turn into a safe point? Or no, he's the guy I select to say, hey, like, Chocobo me out of here. Or no, maybe not. There's very much a print there on the ground that says Chocobo and it's pointing in a different direction. Well, kind of everybody. Right, yeah. He's over at that, like, weird water city. It's like a city kind of positioned in, like, a lake. I'm guessing what it is some kind of old reactor or something. Just given the kind of layout of it. We're not gonna save the planet alone. We're gonna get Cloud back, guys. He was a strange dude. Maybe. Well, hopefully he didn't get popped out in a crack in the ocean floor. Somewhere closer to the surface would be nice. Can you finish this game without Cloud? Is that an option? Like finishing Chrono Trigger without... finishing Trigger without Chrono? Oh gosh. Gotta put all that materia back? That's a pretty nice double. Okay. Yuffie. Restore all. Well, you can keep your throw. Luck was on red along with Death Blow. Oh yeah, we were added affecting poison? MP, absorb, maybe we'll do that. Okay. Who stole Tifa's stuff? You had Cloud stuff, so let's... Nope, not Vincent. All the way down to Sid. Did I even have a battle after I switched all that materia around? I didn't! I like fought my way through and then was like, oh, I gotta switch my materia! And then got in 0 battles afterwards. Our good enemy skill was on Youth, or on Tifa. Okay, Sid. Tifa's got a lot of extra space here. Sure, take Comet. Ooh. He's got restore all on red, yeah. I think I got way too much random materia I do not need on her. Well, that'll work plenty fine for now. Just make sure Red's got his long reach? No. Oh, he's managed to fall off of you, doesn't it? All restore, poison added effect. Let's get rid of the elemental. Long range, keep him in the back. Oh yeah, I've seen most of the Final Fantasy movies. Absolutely. The Spirits Within, like that first FF movie. I actually like that one, but I haven't gone back and watched it in forever. And then, Advent Children I loved. And, Kings... What was that newest one? The Final Fantasy 15? Kingsguard or something like that? Also enjoyed that. Yeah, definitely all-star cast. Okay, and that's our first big materia, right? Oh, this isn't what I thought it was. This isn't where Cloud's at, right? Can I teach? Oh, one more off. This is it. For some reason I thought I had like a blue watery effect around it. Oh wait, this place gets juiced. That's like later, isn't it? What? I think there's like a materia I can get in this area, in this town, by petting a little white chocobo behind the ear or something like that. Okay, so this is the place. It just looks different later, yeah. I had this image in my head of what I was looking for, and that wasn't it. But I really thought it was in this area. That's why I flew like straight here. Yeah, he's alive, but he may not like what you see. You know, I've always wondered, like, you can't see because of, like, the polygons and stuff, but how hot is his nurse? Like, he could be faking it. I'm just saying. We'll have to see in the remake. We'll have to see in the remake. It's like that episode of Always Sunny where, like, Dennis pretends to be, like, helpless and, like, debilitated in the hospital because he was imagining that super hot nurse that was, like, the newscaster lady was taking care of him, like, she was his nurse. Yeah, see? You got what I'm saying, Special. You know what I'm saying. There's that little bit that tells me that Cloud's just faking it right now. He's like, I just need another couple more days of this. Maybe you guys could go grab a couple materias. It's just hard to tell with the polygons. It does kind of look like they were going for a good-looking nurse, though. But again, we'll know in the remake. If that nurse is drop dead gorgeous in the remake, I'm calling Cloud out on for being a faker. Oh yeah, just a little sponge bath. That's all I need, nurse. Oh, that's good. I believe how it says sick room above it too. What should we label this room where all these sick people are at? Sick room? Yep. Get that sign printed, posted up above this door. That's like super misleading too. If I walked into a building and there was a sign that said like sick room, I'd be like, hell yeah. Sick, I'm gonna check this out. Walk in there and boom. Now I have some kind of pathogen in my body and I'm dying. Everyone has AIDS. AIDS, 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 AIDS. My brother and my sister too. The Pope has got it and so can you. We gotta break down these barricades. Everyone has AIDS, 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 AIDS. Oh, I need to watch. I haven't seen Team America World Police in a while. Yeah, we know you're a spy. Both Gyahaha and Kyahaha are up to something? Oh. The way they laugh. That's pretty good. Well, at least he's got a quick list of what he needs to accomplish here. Like it's that easy. Stop Meteor, kill Sephiroth. It's just my grocery list for the day. Step 3 is profit. Or no, wait, step 4 is profit. Step 3 is all question marks. We don't know what step 3 is. Yeah, haha. Exactly. Step 4, profit. Wait, what? It's like steal underwear is step 1. Remove the elastic band is step 2. Step 3 is question mark, and then 4 was profit, if I remember right. So there's our gyahaha. Which begs the question, like, what about an elastic band from underwear is so profitable? It's got to be the elastic band that has to do with step 3. One of those secrets of South Park we'll never know. Reminds me too, I recently saw a commercial, or like video that someone posted on Reddit, and I think it's supposed to be a commercial, of like a symphony performing Kanye's Gay Fish song. And it was like 30 seconds of it. And it was pretty amazing. So I was like, oh, sick. Like, obviously you don't get a whole symphony together to perform 30 seconds of a song. So like, I'll go check out the rest of this jam. Like, it was filmed professionally. The whole symphony's in suits and stuff, like professional conductor, the whole works. And all I can find is like this 30-second clip of it. Which is even more confusing in that in the episode, the Gay Fish song was like also maybe like a minute 30 or something long. But when the episode came out, you could hop on YouTube and stuff and find the full version that Trey Parker and Matt Stone did. And it was like a 2.5-minute song. It's got like a couple more spots about Kanye and his gay fishness. So even more so, it seemed weird to not have that full video of the symphony performing it. And like, it's got a full choir singing the vocals. It's pretty ridiculous. The only thing that would have been better is the whole song. Not sure where we dropped the ball there. Well, I don't need a save point on here anyhow. Yeah, 45 seconds. And it is amazing. But, like, give me the rest. Where's the rest? Why won't you let me fly? Do I need to talk to party guy again? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I do. Oh gosh. We lose Tifa too? What do you guys want to see? Garrett, Yuffie, Vincent, Kaith, they're kind of all in the same boat right now. I'm assuming like Vincent. Throw Kate, let's do it. You're coming, Kate. To be fair, I never use him. He deserves a chance in the limelight. Man, destroys my gold. A lot of extra survivability. Okay. Oh man, did all of her stuff just get dumped in too then? You're killing me, game. Alright. Let's arrange it first. That should at least help my brain. So it's all lightning. I know Cloud had that. Cloud was also rocking Comet. Man, that sounds like a nasty combo. Let's do that. Oh, right. Yeah. You're my Tifa, Kate. You're our hot Tifa replacement. I don't think you really need the Magic Plus. Actually, he's going to be using a lot of MP, I suppose. Sure. One extra slot. Okay. Who does have the counter? Oh, Sid. Actually, that sounds good. He's got a good weapon on. Things definitely got jumbled around. Yeah, we're taking off! What? Wait, this way? Little air drift. Oh no! Is it square? No. Oh, just X. Oh, I need a... Who's got the enemy skill on? Kate, right? Okay, so someone else... Well, actually, it could be Kate. Let's get... What's the one that, like, manipulate? That's what I need. Because White wins out here, right? Yep, playing again Saturday, Sunday too as well. Special, yeah. Thanks for joining, dude. Yep, same time. I usually go live around 11 a.m. Pacific Standard. And yep, we'll be doing some Chocomog fan art, some Chocobo racing, and some killing region. Killing of old Sephiroth. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for some Chocomog fan art too. I want to find a place in the house to slap that up. I guess we have some kind of Final Fantasy dedicated areas. Oh, I did just save. No, that's a different group. Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm really excited. Everything's really been picking up on the stream this last month. This month has been feeling really great. And I don't think there's any kind of, like, prerequisites for affiliate like there is for being partner. Oh, here we go! So I think, like, basically the second I hit it, I should just be waiting for an email. Yeah, it'd be cool too, because you know, I want to be able to start doing some art streams where the wife can start working on, like, some of our channel badges, our emotes, and I even heard, like, 2 days ago, they made it where all channels, affiliate and partner, get at least one, because they said that we all have access to the animated emotes. So, perfect timing, man. I gotta start figuring out what we want to do with that. May start working on our first animated one. I think our first regular emote is going to be a waving emote, and we're just going to have, we're going to draw Freya here, waving at the camera. She's on stream the most, I feel like. People are going to kind of get the most fun out of spamming an emote of hers, like, about her, so. But yeah. Hope you get some good rest special. A sleeping mascot, yeah. I mean, yeah. Pretty well, exactly. Can I start this right now? I feel like this is... Like, I should have been greeted with, like, more stuff going on. Why did I just saved. Why did it come down here to save? Lots of saving! I guess this is the best place to be saved in the event that I botch this. Heading up top it is. Ah, yeah, here we go. I think my technique for this has always been use my billions of dollars that I had to just way overdo it. But I haven't been playing in such a way that I have billions of dollars. It was with these prompt buttons. Okay, I can't build that far down. Start here, I guess. Does anyone come up this side? I guess I'll still be able to shoot anyone that might try. Gonna double down on stuff in that direction in case they do. Alright, who's our best fighter? Get some shooters positioned. That's gotta be way overboard, right? Oh, interesting. There's a way to cheat this? Well, of course there is, I guess. Of course there is. Alright. Crank that speed up. Get a taste. Guess this is a good time to get some kitten pets in, huh? Freya! How are you the best streamer, Freya? You've got to be the best streamer kitty of all streamer kitties. Man, they're really going for mid there, huh? Wow. You encountered an enemy? My catapult did? I guess I should have put some guys down further. I thought they couldn't attack the machine stuffs. Can I, like, add more things in? What kind of range did that shooter have? Oh, I can tell him to move? Okay. A little out of control right up here, isn't it? Like every other side was okay. Hang in there, buddy! Those defenders are pretty good. Dash 2 is like a rock. And then put a defender right in front of it. Although I don't think the boss comes up this middle way, does he? Oh, there's some dudes heading over, though. Okay. Man, they really just keep coming in, don't they? Just keeps going, doesn't it? I still don't even see boss guy yet. He's still? Oh, there's boss guy at least. Okay. Is this guy gonna come up? Perfect.
I was talking to you, kitty cat. You're a good kitty, though. Meow. Oh. Oh, yeah, big old stretch. Yes.
Gotta stretch it out. Flying one against. Does he not come out until I kill everyone else or something? Wait, is this dude glitched there? Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Can I choose to get rid of something? Oh, perfect. Okay, good. Woo! I thought I made a big boo-boo there. Alright, boss man. Yep, here he comes. Move faster! Such polygons, though. Look at this guy. I'm assuming he comes right up the middle. That's gotta be more than enough stuff. Oh, seriously? I didn't actually know about that letting them breach thing. Actually, I want to say I did know about it. I just kind of have never done it, so completely spaced it. Bum, 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 bum. Don't get to hear this fanfare much. Ah, I was enjoying myself there with some fanfare. Oh wow, HD helped out this cinematic a lot. This looks great. The condor, the egg. Should I go outside and see what? Phoenix materia? Oh, look at it. It's the most magnificent bird I've ever seen rendered. Be sure to report to my father. Oh yeah, like if your team were to die, you just cast Phoenix. Hell yeah. I think that was my technique for defeating Ruby Weapon. Huge materia number 1. Or yeah, you go in like that. You go in with 2 people dead, and then do something to that effect? Or like you do preemptive strike in Phoenix, maybe? Getting my strats mixed up. Alright, 1 huge materia down. 1 huge materia to go. And I believe that is some train shenanigans. Maybe I gotta go over towards Gold Saucer. Out ye Gold Saucer way. Gold Snaucer. Over here-ish? That's Midgar. That's Zolom. Oh, yep. Whole left there now. Is Gold Saucer over on this other island? Oh, yep, yep. I actually don't remember how I triggered these events. Well, yeah, I guess. I suppose. Bam, boom, bam, ba-da-dum. I'm not going to the Gold Saucer, right? Okay, maybe that's all I needed to know. Speedrunner I was watching yesterday messed up his steps when he became Sid, like when he lost Cloud. And like he counted his steps wrong and said something about it being the way that Sid walked. And it was like, you got a problem with how our boy Sid walks? I mean, to be fair, he made it to this point of the run. It was actually like right here. In fact, this very screen, once you come in, you have to like walk instead of run for like 10 steps or something, and he was counting them. And everyone was like, you counted Sid's steps wrong. And he got all defensive about it. I mean, it was hilarious. Everyone was having a good laugh, but yeah. He still finished the run, but he didn't PB. And I think he finished the run by like 1 minute behind his PP, so it was still a good practice run for sure. But I always feel bad when people get really deep in an FF7 run and start to lose their time saves and stuff. And he was so far. Oh, this is the screen. This one, the AI did kind of a weird job on the tracks, but this next screen might be what I think is the worst screen that the AI has done this year. Oh, not this year. This screen? This is the one. Like the scaffolding on the right-hand side there is like a mess of spaghetti, and even the stairs leading down are all like windy. The ladders are windy. It's like out of focus. I love the HT mod, don't get me wrong, but it didn't do any justice for this one screen at all. In fact, it was the only screen I remember immediately being like, I don't like this. I don't like the way this looks. I like how Kate Sith like repositions the cat on his head to cast a spell. Bam, bam. Right, isn't it special? I feel like if any single screen needed someone, like an artist, to go through and help out the AI manually, I mean, I get that there's a lot going on, so the AI probably just, like, honestly got confused, just spat out this mess. But man, it just doesn't look great. Especially when the AI does some really bang-up job on most stuff. I think it was just too much depth and weird There's just too much stuff going on. Uh-oh. There's like some combination of levers here. What? Do I have 10 minutes to do this? All right, we're gonna jump. Oh, we're just slowing ourselves up to catch this other train. Wait, why would slowing ourselves catch the other train that left before us? Maybe I read that wrong. Because that just don't make no damn sense. Dice him. Okay, get blasted. Like the world's smallest train. The size in the battle looks more realistic. Smog alert. We actually had one of those here in Eugene, like a couple days ago. I'd never seen one before in like our weather. And sure enough, I looked out the window and it looked nasty. And I guess there was like a period of like no wind, which just made for like all of our nasty factory pollution and stuff to just stagnate in town. It was gross though. It looked really weird outside. And our air quality here in Oregon is usually killer, but not that day. It was way gross looking outside. He's connecting with that dead blow a lot lately. I like that. Man. Really hitting those dead blows. Really hitting those fights, too. Oh, I guess there's like probably one per train car. It's probably more a scripted thing than anything else. Bump, bump, bump. Oh, we finally got a miss. Gotta happen from time to time, right? Limit break! Big whiff. Do I have two cure-alls combination going on? It's kind of looking that way. Restore all. Definitely more than I need. Oh, this is going to be our first boost jump this game. Sklakow. Bop, 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 bop. Yeah. I gotta admit, Kate Sith's growing on me a little bit. I think it's I feel bad that I've like never done a playthrough where Kate Sith has been a part of the team in any real form. He's without a doubt the single most ignored. Up or down simultaneously? Well, I think I'm killing us, huh? Shit! Oh, okay. I thought I did that wrong. I thought I, like, ultra messed that up. Don't I get, Barrett's level 4 limp break item shenaniganer? Yeah, hook it up. I think it's something. Barrett's ultimate weapon, maybe? Or an Ultima Materia? I thought it was something important. Rockin'. Alright, I think we can go wake up Cloud now? Oh, nope, underwater reactor. Right, back to Junon. Steal a submarine minigame, underwater reactor. Surprised I nearly spaced that. Oh, let's save it up. Swing. So quiet. Oh, yeah. I'm not even on the right continent. Zoom, zoom, zoom. All right. Junon round 2. Can't I just bribe this guy to get back in? 10 kill. All right. Break my arm, why don't you? Okay, and I think in here all I have to do is fall back. There's a hallway where I can go south. My first time through here, I just continued past it. I think that's where I go to get to the sub. Bum, 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 Good music. This looks right. And I think it's in here I go south. This feels right. Yes. A new submarine, you say? Is this the door I just came in?
No, don't take the elevator again.
Yay!
I love riding elevators.
What am I supposed to do here? Am I doing something wrong? I must be. I swear this is where I gotta go through. Oh. I guess this isn't where I'm normally, my screen's all messed up here. Well, you just repeat yourself. Oh, there's fights in here? Am I doing something out of order here? I think I am. Maybe I need to have... Oh, I set that alarm off. Oh, is that the alarm? I think I found the alarm special. Oh, that's good stuff. Oh, you're here too? Yeah, that was it? Okay. I was like, oh, there's like some red box on the wall. Apparently I'm out of ordering myself here. I thought I had to grab all the huge materials and then go get Cloud. But from what I'm seeing here, it's like I'm not quite supposed to be here yet. Which, if I'm supposed to get Cloud now, time for a wall of text. Remember, this is like the most story-filled area of the game. That's sick, though. I'm glad I found that. If those are the same guys that came out right now that come out way early, I can see how you could be grinding absurd gil, experience, and AP. That is a much, much later game encounter. Alright, I hope I'm right here. I like kind of Googled it really quick. I haven't consulted a guide this whole time, but I don't want to just stand around like a lost idiot. Oh, I'm supposed to pet a little cute little bow. There it is. Not now. Wasn't a funny joke. Oh, I do need some Phoenix Downs. I had one. My potions suck now. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I wonder if I'm supposed to do, well, no. Meteor was already fallen when we came to the city the first time, too. Wonder why that white Boko is just tripping now and not... Or is that not the one? Maybe there's more than one white Boko in this town. Kick this guy's door in. You have a white Boko here? No, you got a kitty cat, though. Is that an armor shop? Oh? No, I wanted to talk to the Boko. Surprised I don't have an AP plus, HP plus, or an MP plus yet. Not that it feels like anything that I need. Let me talk to your Chocobo. Maybe I don't have any greens. That's my problem. So just like go away. We don't want anything to do with you. Get some greens, you loser. Okay, good. I was like, please don't just end the conversation with this not being the right place either. Alright, everybody. Get ready for the wall of story. Remember, right, there's some banging music throughout, though. Kind of like how there's banging music throughout the entire game, but... Last you, ultimate weapon? Not gonna lie, like, I'm not huge on profanities, I don't cuss much. But something about it being censored in this game, I'm just not, I don't like. It rubs me the wrong way. Maybe because this was my first Final Fantasy that was cool enough to cuss at me. Nice, we got White Wind now too. We got Big Guard and White Wind. No one can stop us. Boom, we are barriered up. Just in time to lose someone. Whoa. Bringing some damage. Ooh, okay, that's good. I admit I wasn't super prepared for that. Just in regards to, like, I didn't throw a save down outside. Or actually, I probably did. It's panic! I gotta admit, having Kate Sith in the party, if only just for his panic arm movements during this section of the game, has been worth. Everyone panic! We'll take care of you, clown! Those wheels are already spinning on his chair, dude. He's ready to go. He's burning out. Like, let's get him moving. There we go. Tifa's face in this animation. I love it. Oh no! Hello, kitty. You want me to let you out? You see a bunch of sun, huh? Alright, let my cat out. You're going out. You crazy kitten. You're not ready for the outdoors yet. Cat cam. Run, Tifa, run! Poor Tifa getting mixed into all this crazy head jargon. It's just what we needed. Whoa, the sunlight just came through. Crazy! It's like insanely bright. I wonder if it like made my camera freak out for a second. I'm not used to having light in my face like that. I opened up the curtains because it was so gloomy. I just wanted a little extra light of some sort. Yeah, I overdid it. I guess... What? I guess it doesn't matter. It's all connected. I love that cloud up in the sky just losing his mind. Nice. Gotta admit, having the HD mod on at least is making this this definitely feel different, seeing these cinematics and stuff. There was like an HD mod for all the character models too, but it didn't look right. It's like they looked good, but it made it all look bad. It made like everything look ugly, having the models look too good. As weird as that sounds to say. Take him, punch him. We got dolphin kick, get him. Wife, if you happen to be tuned in right now, that's a bunch more confusing storyline for you. Although we mostly talked about this section, I think, already. Double Cloud? Oh, Cloud, don't cloud yourself. Oh, gosh. Hey, Cloud. You weren't even there. No, it like was Cloud though, right? They're just fucking with everyone right now. So I was like, Cloud's so good. Or Sephiroth is so good at messing with Cloud that I actually get like messed up myself. Like, I honestly don't know if that was Zack or Cloud at Nibelheim that time. Okay. I guess they kind of touch on that in Crisis Core then. Where Cloud's just like a soldier still always wearing his mask and stuff. Okay, so I mean they're kind of his memories. Breaking something, kitten? Remember! Cloud's all like emote in the corner there. Come on, Cloud, you're bumming everybody out. Gotta believe in yourself, Cloud. Believe in the Tifa that believes in you. Some very Kingdom Hearts memory heart stuff going on right now. Oh, our floaty cat Cloud's in a new position. That cloud in the sky almost looks like Cloud from Final Fantasy VII. The sealed up memory. Show me.
Hey, kitten. Come here. Come here.
What are you meowing at me for? You want to come back up here? Want to get some more cat cam on? Let the people view a cute kitty? Want to play some fetch? Is that what it is? Oh, she went for that fast. She must have power napped extra hard today. Well, she didn't bring it back, and she's walking back very slowly. You don't want to play, do you?
Here. Meow.
Yeah. You don't want to play or you don't want to lay? Just want to exist right now, huh? Yep. You realize you're super emo? Oh, there's this emo actually walking out of his body and standing in the room. This was the day. Poor Tifa. Yeah, kids, it's like a little dangerous for you. Don't do it, Tifa. You aren't old enough. Dad said no. You're gonna get grounded. Oh, those other two kids are gonna get grounded as well, and this one's about to go tattle. Man, this chunk of the game just keeps going and going.
Meow.
What's going on? Something's supposed to be moving here? Oh, I was off screen. Oh my god, these children are laying on the ground. See, Cloud, it's you. You're a real boy. Now tell your emo-ness to get back inside you. It's part of you. Remember, Cloud. Yeah, the place where, like, I don't know how you survived. Sephiroth was crazy powerful at this point. He had like 7,000 HP. Slices Tifa. She falls down. It's like 3, 6, just in that chunk of the screen. So I have to say that's 30 Sayers. Schwong. You did saw everything, Cloud. Take that Buster Sword. Rick 'em, rack 'em, rock 'em, rake. Take that sword and do that snake. We figured it out. Yeah, pop that mask off, yo. Let us see this face. Yeah, bust some squats. What I'm talking about. Yes, Cloud, you're a real boy. You've always been a real boy. my my wife constantly butt dials me since she installed this Duo program for like uh video calling people. It's like FaceTime, but works across like all devices. And looks like I got another one at some point there. I mean, she like never ever purposely video calls me, but she definitely butt video calls me. A schwink. Hey, Cloud, you remember you're real now, right? You're starting to remember? Please tell me you're starting to remember. All right. All three separated clouds. Little baby cloud. Now we just need to get emo cloud and cloud in the sky, right? Come down here, cloud in the sky. There we go. There we go. That's number 4. So we should about have us a Voltron. Cloud. Boom. I feel like that sound effect was added just for Cloud becoming a real boy. You stupid jerk. He found himself. Well, that's good for Cloud. All right, man. The team's back together at least. I'm very happy about that. Nice. We're back on the high wind. Okay. You are Cloud. I'm glad you're able to have a turn for that finally. Nope. Same old Cloud. Yeah.
The pump up jam? Nope. The world's getting back to normal. Cool. That's what I was thinking I was supposed to do next. Dun, 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 dun. Myself all turned around. Okay. Here we go again. Okay, red I think is back to normal for the most part. 8 Sith. And Sid. Gosh, what a mess. I hate when you have to switch the stuff around. Okay, I don't think Cloud really needs to restore all. You should have lightning, really. Oh, I don't think I've used Neo Bahamut yet. I need to get on that. Okay, so who has Cloud's lightning? Lightning all. Ice can stay on him, but well, maybe I will do that. Too many magics on Cloud. Oh, and I have Ultima now. Can you added cut a counter? I'm kind of baffled I haven't even thought of that before, but... Okay, I would like to have a magic on him. Well, maybe I will have him heal all and have red. Seems like a lot of heal all going on. Okay. And then Tifa, you need some of your stuff back. Let's switch up what summons I got going on here, too. Yeah, Tifa can have an Ice All. It's fine. That's just Yuffie's throw. The range. Okay. Guess I should have someone with steel on. Phoenix would be nice to have. Guess I should get Ultima on just because I have to level it up before I can ever even use it. Or it can even crack that puppy open. I guess I will actually need a morph. Underwater material or whatever. I have to morph that, like, ship guy. Okay. Got that all squared up. I'm gonna take a real quick leak. Be right back. Looks like I got like a rogue leftover piece of frame on that overlay. Look at that afterwards. Yeah. Back to what I was doing about a half an hour ago. Trying to come get the submarine. Going up. Dun, 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 ba, boom, ba. Man, I can't, like, keep myself from singing along to this one jam. I wonder if that kind of makes it, like, one of my faves automatically. What was that line about? Forgetting something? Cloud June and forgetting something. Doesn't seem like it's anything. Nothing I'm concerned with then. Freaking alarm right there. I really can't believe I wasn't aware of that. I almost feel like it probably is in this, like, at least one of the two strategy guides that everyone had. It's just something like I skimmed over. Never soaked in. We'll be fighting on the elevator? Oh, I need to give Red. Give Red the ability to cast a multi-hit magic. It's how it always goes when they get all my material all mixed around. I was pretty close to having it where I wanted, though. Nice.
No, materia. Boom. Shade, what up? We got some elevator music now. It's like a dig, too. Oh, I put long range there? MP Absorb Alexander, that's funny. I like that. I feel like that fire needs to be in all. Yeah. Ooh, that's a good all, too. At least I give him something to do. How you doing today, Shade? Good to have you in. We're tuning. Have you got fire 3? Like that's almost too much. It's too much fire, my man. Oh, I need some water. Need that hydration. Trying. You can't survive it. It's too much. What was that? Was that a limit down there? No. Oh, dang, that's not good. I mean, good on you for self-isolating, but no good that you had to be possibly exposed to some COVID. Nice, we got Bolt 3 now, too. Clickety-clack. Why would you punch a dog, bro? Or, like, I guess a wolf. A Cetra wolf. Whoa, that particle. 3 of those guys died at once. That was sick. Grand Theft Sub? In a second. Sure, Bolt 3 'em. That's sure to do him in. Warning, warning. She still might wipe him out. Now the Bolt 3. Oh. Physical damage only? Yep, Death Blow did it. They do look like slot machines. There's some weird enemies in this game. Some of the, like, creations that the people came up with. Truly interesting stuff. That's when in Rome we'll hit up a... Time to steal a submarine. I almost want to fail this minigame because I never have. And you get a different colored submarine if you fail. You have to, like, steal a different one instead of this one. Okay, there's an enemy down here I need to transform. I think it's in this specific room and only in this specific room. That looks like we're killing these two. Oh.
Watch how you be hitting people. There is a sub in Hot Rod Red, and in fact, that's the one you get if you fail. But I've never done it. You get like a gray or a blue one if you just pass the minigame of stealing the sub right now. But if you fail it, you have to break back into Shinra, and there's like some guys that are supposed to be guarding this new sub, and you like beat them up and steal it. And then you have a red sub for the rest of the game instead. So like arguably a cooler color. You have to lose the minigame and then go through some other stuff. So like, eh. Oh, there's our boy. He's got Morphon. There we are. I don't know how much health this guy's supposed to have. Oh, damn it! Why'd you have to counterattack? Bastard. Morph, I think, has to kill them, and it does so little damage. Now let's see if we can just slap this guy down. Oh, we got slots on Tifa. Yeah, I actually figured you hadn't played it, Shade. I figured we would have talked about Final Fantasy VII by now if you had. Or some other Final Fantasies for that matter. I suppose we probably talked about 14, but, you know, that's an MMO, that's a whole different beast. A lot of misses today. Alright, just give me the ship already. Again. Dolphin. Chip. Eh. I guess we'll kill it. Tornado Wave. That's what you get. You make Cloud counter you. Alright. Come on. Come on. Just give me the chip so I can move on. It is nice to stop for a minute and get a little bit of experience, but... Okay, so Bolt 3, a Death Blow. And then, like, one attack? No, don't hit Cloud. Don't counterattack Cloud. Oh, yo. St. Elmo's Fire. Oh, you punk! Alright, you know what? That's just going to be a no on underwater materia. It's not like I need it. In fact, it'll be more interesting to watch me beat the weapon with a 10-minute timer. Either way, so. Not going for a 100% playthrough. I don't need underwater materia. In fact, it's kind of hard to argue needing a 100% playthrough when it was like such an unknown thing for so long. Well, I guess that's actually just for me, because I had the unofficial strategy guide. And it was like... The official strategy guide actually talked about underwater materia. Very briefly, but... I've still never seen that strategy guide in person to, like, read the underwater materia section, but... I know the strategy guide I own so well, and it's the one and only thing they missed. Used a bit of MPS bows. Oh, I'm getting it. It's going to be my huge materia. Oh yeah, we haven't done a Neo Bahamut yet. Well, save that for some boss fun. Added cut does not work for counterattack. Well, I'm after the submarine, but that's to get the huge materia, so I guess you're not wrong, guards. Alright, buddy, you know how to shoot your gun. Gotcha. Roger, roger. And the HD magic spell textures look great now that I'm finally getting the stage 3s. How long has Tifa had Fury on her? Do I even have Tranks? I do. A huge materia. Huge materia number 3. An escape music. Nice fist there, robot guy. I feel like we won't even need a Volt 3 even if we get to that point. But stuff is starting to survive trying a little better. Not him, though. Man, can you load that materia any slower? That's the extent of our Shinra tech? I'm not gonna help load nothing. We stealing this. Oh. Look at this guy. Ba, 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 ba. Oh yeah, we were gonna Neo Bahamut. Yay! I gotta see all of these HD summons before we get through this. Nice. Bahamut himself looks awesome with the HD. Those cloud textures, though, you can like see the seams in them. Ooh, that part looks really, really good. Yeah. Hell yeah. Do you have anyone new, Red? Oh yeah, we don't know Alexander yet. Get it. Get at it, my boy. Have I done Titan? I'm not sure. Judgment. Oh, and no Phoenix yet, but no one's dead either. Hujata is like the sickest summon in HD I've seen so far. I might throw him out just to enjoy it. Get wrecked! Good stuff. Eat summon? That was definitely the weakest one so far. Well, hey, you can't just grab people like that. Oh, I forgot I shot to keep it up on her before she got grabbed. Oh, the HD on this one is so sick, though. It damaged. Lapis laser? Let's see, that actually sounds like it might hurt a little bit. Oh yeah, finish him off, Tifa. You got this, my lady. Can't believe we hung in for that.
Ooh, a lapis laser. Goodbye. Damn, that was a good experience. Ooh, God's Hand. I believe that is a kick-ass Tifa weapon. That submarine is in the water. Let's roll. We're commandeering this ship. After I grab this scimitar and check and see about that kick-ass glove action. That less slot? Yeah, dang. That's not a huge upgrade on her damage either. Oh. This guy's just like freaking out. Key item, Leviathan scales. Well, I'm glad I got that. Well, I think that's how I get through the firewall in Wutai. Fire 2? I'll say I didn't think I need 3. Yeah, we're taking it. Trust me. There's no way you two guards are going to be the thing that stops us here. I love that sound of multiple guys dying, but not simultaneously, when it like just barely splits up the death sound. I'm taking the sub, yo. You can't stop me. Well, they might pull through over there. Nope, they didn't. And now that guy's dead. Goodbye. Alright, now we finally got the sub. Let's go! Oh, some more of you guys that need to die? Oh, okay. I don't know if I've ever selected not to fight those guys before, but I figured why not? Let's see what it does. Just fidget with the controls. Exactly what you want to do in a submarine. I've always kind of figured if you're ever presented with the opportunity to just smash controls inside of a working submarine, you should do so. Alright, let's see what these weird button listings are going to be here. Down, up, fire. Seems pretty straightforward. Oh. Let's get at it. Oh, that was backwards. Okay, forwards. Man, look at these graphics. Just a red sub already? Wow. Look at we had 10 minutes for that, eh? Is that, I wonder if that's randomly generated. I feel like I've never just pushed straight forward and ran into the guy like that. We're in submarine number 2. Just say some shit. Kitten? Mare, how you doing today? You back? You back to hang out? Yep. That is how I can, use the submarine. Alright, I think the goal now is to... Is it this facility? You got yourself a toy mouse there? Oops, didn't want to do that. There. Oh, dang, diamond weapon a little close for comfort. Alright. Where is that wrecked sub at? On this corner? No. Meow. What's up? What's going on? Ah, there we are. Key item, huge materia. Meow. Oh, I guess that isn't the, like... Actually, the Sunken Gelnica or whatever it's called, that's like a side quest, I think. Meow. Oh, jeez, kid.
Oh, still nothing for that spot. Surface. Okay, so looks like. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. We got all the huge materials now. I guess we'll just follow that transmission and go head over to the rocket. Hey, get out of our rocket. That don't belong to you. We're not terrorists. You guys are the terrorists. Bop, bop. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. You guys can't survive the trying. I don't know why you try. Bring him on. Stack him 10 high. We'll just make a pile of bodies at the bottom of this rocket. Nice grenade, wow, yes. Oh, I forgot to move added cut. It's not like synergizing with my counterattack materia. It said it would add an attack if the adjacent materia was used, which, you know, the paired materia. So I paired it with counterattack. But yeah, I've never seen counterattack follow up with another attack. I know you can just slap a bunch of counters on, though. We were talking about that earlier. That's just hilarious. Oh, I guess we're using Fire 3 for these guys. The extra mean. You're not actually going to survive, right? I thought maybe the guy in the back would. But nothing lives through Shrine. Trying. Yeah, come on, Sid. Yeah. Sure, I guess. Just what I wanted was to transfer some materia around again. What do we leave behind there? Good on me. Alright, let's go kick some ass. Bum, 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 bum. Rude. How rude. The Grand Spark doesn't wake him up. It's a good sleep. Whiff. That magic berry he just put up. Nice way to get that poison on him. You're chewing yourself? Copycat. I thought. Better at Greg. Am I gonna have to fight Reno as well? Just walk over his face. You think if the Turks didn't stop me, you're gonna? He wasn't even worth magic. Gonna blow up meteor. Oh, great. I don't care what saves the planet. We just gotta save the planet. It's theme. And it's gone. And it's gone. We blasting off. So far, the CG scenes have been really great in the HD mod. Yup, it's headed on a collision to meteor. That autopilot was programmed in just right. Oh. Something delivered. Oh, I bet that's Legends Arceus, the new Pokemon game. Wait, which way to the materia? Oh, other way to the materia. Fair enough. Snag it, baby. Guess I should check and grab this right. Okay, I left a thing up for this one part. Unburned. Huge materia in tow. Escape pod time? Gregor. Surely we're strong enough to lift it. Do it, Cloud. Do it. Sure is ripped. Surely the three of us can move this no problem. I was born ready for this escape pod. Let's do it. We made it to space. Now Sid can die a happy man. Yeah. So, got the submarine, and then heard that Shinra was sent on an announcement that they were trying to take Sid's rocket to shoot his rocket into Meteor to stop Meteor from falling. Boom!
Yeah. It was a very quick leap there. Yeah, pretty well, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You gotta steal a submarine, and then the next mission is to basically get on the spaceship. Makes me think of this anime Gurren Lagann I like, where like starts off on Earth. Well, in fact, it starts off underground on Earth, where like humanity's been pushed to live underground from these like surface side things that are attacking them. And the anime goes from like being under Earth to way out in the cosmos within like 26 episodes. It's a really good anime too. In fact, my uh-oh. We crashed. I haven't had that happen. Well, dang. That was no good. Well, I tell you what, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap the stream there today. So I'm hungry and I want to get me some food, and I'll probably turn off the HD mods and then do that spot again real quick. And then just save after that part. So we'll be back, and then I can click the HD mods off and we'll continue. Haven't had this game crash yet. I honestly thought we were going to make it through modded without any problems, but we finally hit one. But yeah, definitely good run. We got pretty far. The idea was to get prepped to be able to do some chocobo breeding and chocobo racing when we do a paint and play this Sunday. So Chelsea's going to do some nice fan art of Chocomog Summon. And I was thinking I would breed some chocobos and do some chocobo racing, so we'll have a real chocobo-centric stream on Sunday. So that's still the plan, so I'll go ahead and just finish up that rocket mission there that we were trying to do, and I think I can pretty well save after that, and we should be ready to just hit it on all cylinders come Sunday. Yeah, I appreciate everyone joining. It was a great stream, had a lot of fun, a lot of laughs, and guess we'll catch y'all on the next one. Peace.